Hello everyone. Hello everyone. This is Wei, and today we're going to talk about OpenLive3D again for the 10th day of our DevStream. And great. Let's go into our agenda. Right. So this is the agenda of today, September 22. What we are going to do is that we're going to look through what we have been developing for these 10 days. What was the plan, right? So in the first day, we know that we are trying to list down what we will like to do, uh, and we would like to see what had been achieved, right? So the second item, after we see what was the plan, we will try to catch what we have been able to do, and the next one is we're not able to do everything. We're not able to complete everything, and there are some items that is still left there. What are they? And other than these to-do items, we also found that there are some other things that we also could do and we will also like to tackle, so other to-do ideas. With these ideas, we would like to list down the possible timelines, and for today, I would like to still make some progress of it. If you see the title of the video, you'll probably already know what I would like to do today, which will probably be modularized. But if there's anyone who will tune into the stream, we can definitely discuss and just leave a comment, and we will see. So good. The first thing about we're going to go through what have been developed. Sorry. The first thing, what was the plan? Right, so the plan was like this, right? This is the feature list that we listed in September 11th, and we are able to identify what we would like to develop. So the first thing is separate the core ML with UI, and we also figure that we also want to have the camera control be separated together with the ML, and also the conversion interpolation of the machine learning result into the VRM motion control into one single repository. The next one we would like to tackle is to have a separate UI for Electron, which is also quite successful. It's also quite efficient as well. Um, One thing that we identified is that at least I would like to make things more modularized so that currently, when we make a change in the UI, we will also need to make the same change, not in the UI, in the interfaces to connect different modules. We will also need to make the same changes in Electron as well. Uh, this is mm, it's quite time consuming. So another thing that we would like to tackle today is the modularize that we would also like to separate other modules such as controller, maybe UI component as well into another repository called OpenLive3D module. Single thread, we are able to achieve it, and this actually set up a cornerstones uh, of a few future developments as well. Full body capture, we studied, and we were not able to do it uh, in these 2 weeks. Next, the next item we would like to validate the integration with third-party Blanchet API. We do a study of it. We identify there are some references that we can check. For shaders, visual effects, we are able to implement two types of visual effect. Another types of visual effect that we also like to do, which is a particle effect, we were not able to do it within the time that we have. Uh, Hello, Sincere. Hello, Sincere. So we're currently list down all the goals that we have, and we will see how much we achieve. The next item that we actually try yesterday is the mobile support, and we are able to identify what are the 5 bottlenecks that we need to break through. We are able to actually solve 4 of them, And later last night, I also checked the mobile version after we successfully had the production deployment. And yes, indeed, the only left untackled problem is the video autoplay, and I think we can just set up a timeline to solve it in the future. For beta GUI, I think we already tackle it, which is a good thing. If there are other new GUI ideas, let me know. But for now, I think we are pretty much settled for it. And the timeline that we set, we're pretty much crossing all of it. Let me also cross these two as well. We're not fully finished. So yeah, let's still left some item to black. One task left. And for shaders, one shader type left. For hand tracking icon change, we did it. Study the integration, yes, we studied it. Good, cool. And for the timeline, these are the plan for the 2 weeks, which is good. And for to do, these GUI looks fine. Yes, I think GUI looks fine though. The part that we also did yesterday is that we have different GUI options, right? So in different GUI options, you can select you want to collapse tracking types, sorry, tracking mode, or you will like to collapse the move selection. And you can also not collapse lens, so we do have UI selection. And I think this also enables to make future changes. Like if you want to have more UI options, we can just add it to the UI setting bar. So like we can enable different types of UIs as well. Great. So for the to-do, there are things that we haven't finished. The full body capture, we figured that it's going to be a lot harder than we think. One of the idea that I have is that I think we could potentially try to study some of the new media pipe libraries. Let's this down to new media pipe. Right, because for the new media pipe libraries, I think there are some tools that we could potentially utilize. Not just this full body capture, because I think for the new media pipe uh, algorithms, they improve on the body capture uh, z-axis, so it become more accurate if you try to directly turn that into 3D model movement. So we will like to study the pulse detection model, and also I just realized that I had a chat with some of my friend, and I just realized for the new media pipe library, they also support in the latest facial model. It support and direct exportation of 52 blend shapes, which is crazy, which is wonderful, right? Because we could potentially, yeah, z-axis. The post detection is just very trash, at least for the current version. Uh, Hopefully in the new media pipe library, the z-axis is a lot more accurate. And for the new facial model, uh, I think the media pipe library can directly export the 52 blend shapes. And although when you are using VROY Studio, the output model only have 7 blend shape, which is the normal blend shape like happy, sad, like normal or neutral, and like only 7. But there are some tools that can change the model skeleton, fine tune the model skeleton a little bit, and make it 52 blend shape. And we could potentially combine these together. So I would really like to try this as well. Um, I will put it as a higher priority than recording because this is interesting. I would like to try it, right? So another thing that we haven't finished is the mobile support, right? So mobile support, we know that what we still left to tackle is the video autoplay, and video autoplay uh, is not working currently for both our mobile phone and Safari. So if we are able to solve it, we do have existing reference, right? So we do have existing reference already that we can just refer to, uh, which is also the MediaPipe library, actually. So in the MediaPipe library, they have a new camera setup that I checked. It also works on Safari as well. So we can reference to the new MediaPipe library example to how they initialize the camera and utilize the camera. And hopefully by learning from it, we will be able to mobile effects are high priority effect. Okay, so more effect. The interesting part, right? So we were able to do two effects, and there's one effect type, which is the particle. And actually, after we try the particle system, right? And when we try to directly combine the particle system in the same canvas that we're using for our VRM model, we found that everything will kind of broken, right? However, we can just create a new canvas at the back and in the front of our VRM canvas, right? Why didn't I thought of it? Right, so after that development stream for the visual effect, I actually thought of this one. We could potentially just add some more canvas and just pass through the event, right? So this will be easy to add new particle system. Okay, so if we try to list down some of the things that we would like to develop, the first thing is that I will still like to do. Let's use this one. Okay, so some of the development schedule, I would still like to do the modularization first, because so that we only need to do it once, in one place, without doing it the second time on Electron as well. And the second thing that we could tackle will be, let's try to add the particle system again with a new canvas in front of the old canvas, because this shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too hard, and the effect should be quite good. Although I will argue that for the particle system to work, we might also need the UI to tune a little bit for these particle system. Because currently you have to open up the menu, the setting menu, in the menu into the setting, and then click on the visual effect. And in visual effect, you have to like enable the effect you want to use. Maybe also set some parameters. But sometimes you just want some cool visual effect right at the time when you are playing video games. For example, you want to have some balloon to celebrate things. You will need it right at the time when you finish the game, right? So you shouldn't open up the setting, the menu, and then click into setting and then start to click on the effect. So yeah, this is another thing that we could potentially work on. I haven't listed yet, but I think we can also edit this effects UI, quick effect UI. Right, we do have the UI effect UI, but we need a quick effect UI. That of course up for grab. Everything's up for grab, right? So I would really appreciate if we got more developers, but hey, it's fine that we continue the schedule like this. Cool. So with the to do listed, and the two things that we'd like to tackle, first one modularize, second one do some effect. The thing that I will like to do more in the future, if we are trying to prioritize it, is that I would like to try the 52 blend shape first. Right. So I would like to try the 52 blend shape first. But before that, I think maybe what we can also do today is to record a tutorial. So let's put a 3. Everything that is marked as blue is things that we will do today, right? But the tutorial recording will not be in this development stream, right? Because for the tutorial, I will just try to talk about the streaming setup that I have. How do I actually do the streaming with OpenLive3D, right? So I do got feedback from others that they would like to know about this, and it will be a very quick video, maybe like 1 to 2 minutes. We'll do the tutorial about how I do the streaming setup. And yes, for other things, full body capture, mobile support, 52 blend shape, recording function, and quick effect UI. Are there other ideas? I think we do have some viewers. Are there other ideas? Let me know. I'm not familiar with these kind of software. Maybe I will try one similar. I mean, I think the part that you are saying does make sense. We could also have a canvas in the front of our VRM for some like drawing. You just want to, because it's a canvas, right? You don't need to use particle systems to draw on the canvas. So yeah, there are a lot of things that we can potentially try with it. Great. Uh, Let me know if there are more ideas coming in terms of prioritization other than the 3 that are marked as blue. I will tackle the 52 blend shape first. Let's make a new color for it. Let's make a new color for it, which is orange, probably. Okay. And this will be the first one that I do. And then I would do the media autoplay. And then I will try the recording function. And then let's have some discussion about how the quick effect UI setup could be. And after that, we can check the full body. Right. So this will be the priority that I will think that we can do. Let me add a text box here indicating that later. And the blue one will be today. Great. Cool. So maybe one option where user can upload their own background. We do have that option already. We do have that option. So you are talking about 2D images, right? You are talking about PNG, JPG, or you are talking about 3D sim. We do have the option already. So if you open up the Let me open the test. Great. So if you open up the setting and then the menu and then inside setting there is a background. In the background there is a upload image. You can choose file. And let's just choose this file. And you can set the image to like whatever. Let me just change the image back. Yep. What the heck? Oh, sorry. Remove image. Yes. So yes, we do have the option already to upload background. So that shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, but that is true that a lot of the function that we added, uh, many people might not know about it because the UI, yeah, although you say that the UI looks fine, uh, but apparently the UI is not so intuitive, right? Right, so yeah, there are a lot of hidden functions. Like you can also adjust the smoothness. Whoever adjusts that, I don't know anyone adjust that. Yeah, the settings might not be so intuitive though. Yeah, should we change the background outside of setting? Or background should be inside visual effect? Do you think background should be in visual effect? I think background in visual effect makes a lot of sense. Okay. I haven't tried out the software. I see. Cool. But I think okay, so I think background in visual effect made a lot of sense. And other things in setting. Yes. So let's move the background inside visual effect. And it is I think it would be a lot more simple. UI is not part of visual effect. Okay. Yes, but let's make it into our to-do list then. So back color change to black. Right. So background to visual effect, I will say we should do it first. Right. Let's make it 0. I don't see why we don't change it. Right. So let's do this first. And yes, other ideas let me know. Other ideas let me know. Otherwise, we can start do the development for today. Right. So we list down 2 different colors. One is the development items for today. One is the development item for future. That's future. Uh, and by future, what do we mean? Right, so this today will basically be the last day of the week that we do the OpenLive3D development. And for next week, Monday, Tuesday, I will spend around like 24 hours on the airplane in the airport, and and then from Wednesday to Friday, I will spend a lot of time having dinner, lunch appointments with my friend and family. So I'm not sure how much time I will have next week, but we will see. We will see. After I'm more settled in a new place, and also I will probably need to have a better setup for the streaming environment in the new country. Then we can actually then we can actually start the development for the future items again. But we list down 4 items already for us to tackle today, and 3 of the items, background to visual effect, modularize, and also more effect, new particle systems, we will be doing right in the DevStream. So yes, let's start working on the first item, background to visual effect. Okay, so let's open up our code and let's see. So in the code, we will see that this is inside our GUI. These visual effects settings, and also in the configuration as well, probably. Yes, so inside configuration, we do define where the background change will be, which is here. So is it possible that we move it to the visual effect? Let's see. So inside visual effect, this is what we have. Hello, Bricked. Hello, Bricked. By the way, we just inventory all the things that we had done and what we will be doing. Also, let me know what do you think the software can add as well, right? So if you got any ideas, please leave a message. Cool. So what we are currently trying to do is that we're trying to have this background setting and inside our effect, because background make a lot of sense to be a visual effect, right? But how do we do it? How do we do it? Okay, so cool. That would be great. That would be great. So let me cut this and put it here first. And with our background also here, what do we need to do more, right? So key, title, description, type. Let's make the type as background, a new type for our visual effect. I think that makes sense. And for effect, enable effect and disable effect, I don't think we need to define it here, because the background change is actually quite is background change is not just parameter tuning, right? It's not just a few parameters that you can drag and drag, but background is specifically for its own purpose. So let's see inside our GUI, how do we handle background? Right, so we have a set background that will check if there is a background image. If there is a background image, we will set the background to be transparent, and then we will update the background image to the uploaded background image. Otherwise, we will set the background image color as the background color. Right, I think this is quite intuitive. So set background is code here. Whenever we create a layout, we will set the background first, and then is changed here, right? So whenever the configuration key is a background upload, we will try to make some modification with that, and it's actually quite I would not say very complex, but it is some logic that we have to handle. So for background image upload and also background color setting, we're trying to create different thing, which we'll probably need to cut and paste somewhere else. Will it be effect item? I think it should be an effect item. Okay, so let me figure out the logic. Okay, so let's call it. And inside the effect item, when we are in the effect item, I think one thing that we will do is that we'll try to get effect list. Okay, so we're already inside effect list, and we're getting the effect item. And we would like to check if the effect item is a specific type of item, which is the background upload and also the background color set. Can we just separate these functions into a different create background layout and here? One is create background image layout, right? And we want to set the item to be like this, and we want to return the item as well. And there is a cancel button. And another item that we want to create is to set the background color. Background color layout. I think this makes sense. So how do we separate these two? Right. So for this one, we can put it here. And what we would like to do is that we would like to pass the group, config group, and also, do we want to pass the item as well? Yes. We would like to pass the item as well. Okay, and if that is color, we pretty much got it here. Config group, item. Config group and item. Okay, cool. So which means when we are getting, do we have other dependencies? I don't think so. Do we have other dependencies? No, I don't think so. Which is good, which is good. Items, config group. Cool, cool, cool. So let's call this background image layout when we're creating the effect. Where are we creating the effect? Effect modifier. And inside here, we will create item into item text and item check. Okay. This is interesting. So this is not what we will want, because we want this to be item check. But okay, so that's created this box. How are we creating that? Because we want to keep the same naming as well. So in the item box, okay, so this is aligned with D3 item check, item create box, effect group, item check. Okay, so we are creating this, and then we are adding the div. Let's see how our effect looked like. Yep, we have this, and then we have the name, and then we have the checkbox. And in our setting, we have this, and then we have the name, and then we have the change that we would like to do. Okay. So there is a difference. There is a difference. The difference is that the organization of the structure is kind of different as well. So how do we do this without breaking everything? So what we are doing here is that inside each item we are creating a text for the info check. That is good. And then the name, which is good, we're getting the name into it. And then the next one, we're getting the check directly. Okay. So the thing that we will want to modify is that we will want to create an interesting part is that the effect group is created here. But here, I don't think we're creating the effect group directly, right? The config group. Oh, we are adding a BR in between. Right, so that is the difference. We add a BR in between. Okay, so in that case, it is easier. We're not changing the structure. We're just adding this BR into it. Into our item. Okay, so we know what the difference is. Now let's make the change. So the color should be easier. Let's do with color first. Let me change some of the name of group. Good. And BG layout. All right. So inside the canvas creation, inside the effect creation, inside the effect list, in the effect item, we are creating all of these without a problem until here. So what we would like to do is that if the key is, what are we doing? What are we working on? If the key is BG color, okay. Sorry. If that's else if the key is one is BG layout, one is BG color. So I copy the layout. Okay. So if the key is BG layout, which we will want to have the effect group in, and also we can create an item for it. Set attribute checkbox, which we don't want. I don't think. Okay, so let's make it simpler. Let's copy these two lines and remove these items and pass these two lines here. Right, so we are creating a new item anyway, and we are trying to add the item into the group. Right. And the naming will need to be with a key, which shouldn't be a problem. Okay, so the problem is that we are accessing this effect item key. Is there effect item value that we want to do? No. And this effect item key should be BG upload, right? Because we are already checking that is BG upload. Okay, so this shouldn't be a problem. Let's just set it to BG upload. Shouldn't be the problem. We can remove this item as well because we're creating it. But we will need to make the order correct. Okay, sorry. And with that, I think we are creating these two quite successfully. Item and then this. And we can also append a new child that create element that is a BR, right? If we just want to make it identical, let's see. Let's see the configuration check. And outside of the loop, we are adding BR. Yes, that's what we are doing. That is good. That is good. So with these two being set up like this, here we should have the BG color. Background color. Item value. Yes. Okay, cool. So let's see. We already copied that, and now we want to copy this one. And inside the effect, we are having an if-else check. Effect group. And everything else will be here. And let's see if this will even work. Let's see. Right, so inside our code, inside the effect, we have background, we have everything mixed together. That is the problem. That is, so how do we solve this problem? I think we just add more BR, right? The standard process that yep, we just add more BR at the end of it. So that is good. Is that the problem for setting? Let's see. Shouldn't be a problem though. It looked fine. Okay, cool. So let's add a new BR at the end of the module as well. Will it affect our? Okay, it seems like we should add that BR somewhere here actually after the check, because all the items will be affected by it. So let's see. So within the test, within the menu visual effect background, yes. Now it look better. Okay, cool. So background in visual effect and setting, the background is removed. That's good. So one item finished. Let's go back to our PowerPoint. And inside our PowerPoint, I think we can cross out this item. Let's just change the color to, no, let's just cross it out. Change color as well. All right, so the next one is modularize. This is something that I would like to do to save us some development time in the future, so that we can make the Electron and the website share more modules other than just a core. This one, let me create a new folder. Let me create a new repository on GitHub. Right, so we are in our GitHub and in the OpenLive3D. In the repository, let's create a new repository called OpenLive3D module. Modules. Right, shared modules, public, don't add in Apache 2 like always. Yep, create repositories. That's good. So now we have the module here. Let's clone it. Let's clone. Good. Right, so we now have the module here as well. Should we make it into our OL3DN? Cool. So let's go back to our code. Right, so what I just did is that inside our code, I'm not sure how good the resolution is, we're adding, okay, you might not be able to see it, but here, it is here. We're adding an OLCDN as our module. It is right here, right here. So what we will like to do is that we would like to move our CSS and JS file inside it. For most of our CSS and JS file, but not all of it. The part that we will definitely want to separate is inside our config manager. There's a cookie part, and there's an API part, which we will instead create a new file here. Maybe just inside JS. I think this will be even simpler. I think it will just, okay, so let's do the move first and then do the separation later, right? So let's do the move. Wait a second. So what we had done previously is that we directly move the folder, clone the folder inside OpenLive3D GitHub.io, but we shouldn't do it like that. We should actually use git submodule add, if I remember correctly. So let's search for it. Let's search for the script that we will use. Yes, git submodule add. Okay. Let's try it again. Inside here, we copy it, and in the GitHub.io, we use git submodule add. Yes. So now we add it, and then we need to rename it as git env OpenLive3D module to OL3DM. Now it should work. Now it should work. Cool, 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 cool. Okay, wonderful. And inside this OL3DM, that's first move everything in SRC OL3DM. Okay. I think inside the code we are able to see that we're moving everything. Yep. And effect as well. Right. So we move everything in OL3DM. Okay. So let's first do a test. Let's first do a test. So inside our index.html, we are pointing to all our files, which is src. So let's change it to OL3DM. Ah. Okay, okay. We got another problem, but let's fix that later. Okay. So let's see if everything will still work in this case. In our nope, things doesn't work. Why doesn't it work? OL3DMJS. Okay, so let's open up a debug stream. Sorry, let's open up a debug console. Because one file probably doesn't import. Fail to load CSS. Oh, okay, okay, yeah. Makes sense. So the CSS file is loaded where? Style sheet. Okay, OL3DM. Yes. Let's refresh again. And I think we are good. Are we? Yes, we're good. We're good. Nice. So now we pretty much know that this is a good setup, but this SRC and this JS, there's a conflict in our core setup. Which I will say maybe we should change this SRC into JS though. Or maybe we shouldn't, because it makes sense as SRC compared to these two. Okay, let's keep it as it is right now. CSS and then file. Okay. I am thinking. JSSRC. It is so hard to judge this style thing. Okay, I think we should rename this SRC into JS. I think that just look better, like a lot better. So let's rename it JS. Great. So now we rename it. We pretty much have everything set. Other than we also want to change this JRC to JS. So let's change all these SRC to JS as well. Okay. So that should work, and let's refresh all our code. Yes. Okay. So everything is working, which is good. Which is good. And let's do the separation. Let's do the separation because we know in that src we will still want JS inside it. New folder, JS. And inside the JS folder, what we will want is the connector, right? So we want a connector. So the connector will be let's call a new folder called interface. So inside interface, new file, interface. Let's have a name, maybe interface JS with the very simple name that we will have inside our module, inside our JS, and inside the configuration in the config manager. We will want these two functions to change. Get cookie and set cookie. Let's change the name of get cookie and set cookie. I don't like the name of it. So let's call it saved config. Okay? Yes, let's call it saved config. And here, set save config. Okay. Okay. So I just changed, add a D here. Let's add a D here. Right. So I want to set cookies. So we set cookies into three different places, and we want to rename it as set saved config. Set saved config. Okay. Now, with these changed, let's move these two functions in the interface. And also, we want to move another function there as well. That is the set API as into interface, right? And here we want to have this interface also be added to the index, is there any dependencies? I don't think we have any dependencies other than we're trying to get a config here. Let's not get a config here. Instead, the save string, and let's see where we are calling this API. Not from config, it's probably in controller. So in controller, that's it, in controller. So inside controller, this is interesting. Because in the controller, how do we get a config then? Do we have a function that returns all the config? Uh, do we have a function that's maybe called getConfig or something? Init config getConfig cvn add cvn. Okay. Let's create. So let's see in save cvn. I think we are making some modification. Yes. So in save cvn we are creating a string here. Let's create a new function. Get saved config string. Right. I think this function will be very useful like this, and we return this. Right, and here we can just get config string. And we can also use a send function in our controller and put it here. And here, when we are handling a save string, we just put it to send. And does it make sense? I think it makes sense a lot. So here we are getting rid of all the dependencies, and we should be able to include that. src as srcjs, yes, interface.js. Okay. Is it even working? Let's see. Okay. Kind of. And then we need to test the setting function. If we are change it to save, temp cn is not defined. Good. Inside the config manager 170. Oh, yes. Settings saved. That is interesting. So here, temp cm string. Then we save it, and then we put it here. How about like that? Okay, so we know that we just click save already. So we should have the saved here. Yes, we do have the saved. So it means that the functions are talking to one another. Probably. Let's flip our blah. It's a bit ugly. Should be fine. Settings. Okay, should be fine. All right. So let's refresh everything. Okay, cool. Now we know that the two models are actually flipped. So in general, yes, it is flipped. So let's flip it back and refresh it again to know that yes, they are indeed contacting with one another inside setting. General, let's unsave the setting again because for testing we don't want the setting to override each time, which will make the debug very hard. Good. I think we are up to something. So in this case, I think we will push both OL3DC and OL3DM into our production. So let's go to OL3DC, git status, and we are adding We are just renaming all the files. 22 move files. Something. What do you mean? Right? So the core is done. OL3DN, the modules. We are trying to get everything here. We will have init push, and then we will go back to the file, but we will also want to change a few things. In mobile, do we have the dependency? We do. So we need to change OL3D M CSS. Other than style sheet, do we have other dependencies? Oh, we also have the config manager. So this one will be changed to OL3DM as well. And that should be it. I mean, something's happening. Yes, yes. Something's happening. We are not exactly sure if things are going the right way, but things are going somewhere. Definitely, for sure. And let's change these two here. Mobile plus Safari testing site. Nice. And now we have both the index HTML setup and also the HTML mobile, index mobile setup. And these will be the future for our test. And we are separating these files from others. And that is great. Cool. So now let's see. What is the branch that I'm in? I should be. Why is it modified? I don't see how that is modified. Okay, so the branch I'm in develop. Okay, it's great. I'm in develop, and git add, git status. Let's see. We are removing files. We are adding new track. We are. What is the modify? Okay. Okay, we are modifying git modules, not git ignore. Okay, yes. We are modifying git modules because we're adding a new submodule to it. And git interface. Okay, so let's do the test again to make sure that things are still running. Yes, things are still running, or it is kind of running. And since that is quite a huge change that we're currently doing, let's make a new configuration number. Oh. This could be the point. This could be the problem. We were trying to separate out the configuration. Version. We were trying to separate the version. However, with this new change, the version doesn't really change too much. When we're comparing, let's see, when we're comparing the two versions, yes, we don't actually check the zero key, so we can change this. It doesn't really affect anything. Let's change it to V. let's change it to V. Uh, and make the version change here. So the main version will be controlled by the configuration. Doesn't make sense. In my point of view, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Okay, so in my point of view, we should have four different version control. The core version control is one, the module version control is second, and then we should have the web release version control and also the Electron release version control. That make more sense to me. We should have different version for different part of the software. So, okay, so this is the module version, right? So let's make it M. And that is 2.1.2. I agree with that. That makes sense. For the machine learning part, for the core, OL3D core, for the Electron, for the GitHub IO, I think we might need other types of version control. But maybe we don't need to worry about it for now. Okay, let's not worry about that for now then. Let's not worry about that for now. And let's make the okay, let me the current version is M2.1.2. Good. And let's test again for our software. And things seem to be running. Can we save setting? Can we save setting? Yes, we can save setting. Cookie clear. Okay. We don't get any error when we're saving settings. Yes. That is cool. That is cool. That me in this case updated to our Alice developer branch. What should we call it? Modularize. Modularize. Yes. Git push. Alright, so we're pushing that to our develop branch already. And for our Electron version, we'll also like to include the same modules into Electron, so we don't need to worry about the version control too much. So let me go to the Electron code. Right, and let's use git submodule add to add the submodules that we have, which is here. Let's refresh it. We should see the code right now. Yes, we're seeing the code. And we want to add the readme here in the module as well. Let's see. So we do have the readme for our core, right? Yes, we do have our readme for our core. And we will also like to add the readme for a module, but maybe later. Let's copy this first. Okay, we added a submodule for our Electron. And we will like to see in the src of our Electron code. We don't need this CSS file. Let's remove it. Let's remove it. Delete folders. Yes. We don't need a config for these functions. Let's open a new file and keep these functions there. We will try to handle it later. Mobile HTML. Okay, and we don't have mobile HTML. We don't have index mobile. We will need to take care of. We don't need to take care of this one. The config. We don't need to worry about it. So inside of JS, we're going to add a new file, new folder called interface. Inside the interface, we're going to add a new file called interface as well. We're going to copy it. We're going to pass it. And there is one more function that we would like to pass as well here. Right. And this one, we can save it as interface.js. Great. And the function name will need to be changed. Set saved config and get saved config. Is that good? Is that good? I think we are good. I think we're good. I think we are good to go. Right, so we will like to move git env OpenLive3D module to OL3DM. Right, so we are renaming a folder, and we have out, which is the export. We have src, which we can remove a lot of the functions. So let's remove the functions. We don't need config. We probably don't need control. Oh, inside this, I would like to remove a lot of the README files in here as well, but maybe later. Right, so in GUI, we currently don't need a specific GUI. Remove folder, yes. And we can remove this effect, yes. And we don't need entry. And we don't need this VRM model because we have that. And the most important part, inside our index, we need to copy the index and pass it here. Save. Don't save. Okay. So now let's test our Electron version. Our Electron version. How do we test it? I think we can check that in our package. Oh no, I think we can check that in our README, right? Cat README. Yes. So to test our Electron, we use npm run start. And we have our test running. Let me switch the test window to Electron. And we apparently get a lot of error probably. Apparently it doesn't work. So let's try to add something to test it. Where is the debug tool? Yes. Okay, let's reload. Uh, right. So let's reload it. What? Okay, so just by doing that is not enough. So let me uh is the okay, so that is working. Okay, so we don't need the website test now, right? Because we are trying to test the Electron version of it. So let me restart the Electron version. Uh, is it started? Wait a second. Yeah, I'm opening so many windows right now. It's hard to track. Okay. Anyway, uh, I'm getting some errors, and let me see what's wrong with it. I see, I see. So here, the config manager, are we using it anywhere? Yes, we're not using it anywhere, and we shouldn't define that here. Okay, so let's see if we can change the monitoring back to our Electron again. Okay, apparently we cannot. Right, so there's some bug in OBS Studio, like when you are not able to track a closed window, and you try to open the window again with the same name, it will bug out. You will not be able to track it again, which is what I'm currently facing. That I try to open up a window, and I try to open up the debug version for it, but then I was not able to allocate it again. So there are some bugs that I currently need to solve. So without seeing the test windows, which is in another window that I'm currently seeing, please bear with me for the debugging process. So inside the init core, which is the controller, in 60 line 64, what? It's not defined at initialize. Why? I think the naming should be good, right? In Electron, I'm trying to get. Oh yeah, because the core will also need to be updated to the new version. Let me open up a new terminal. Electron 3DC. Alright, so we're changing it to the latest version, and let's reload everything. And we're getting new errors. What are the errors? What are it? File user upper body 2 access missing. Okay, that is good. That is a good point. That is a good point. So we also need to copy the assets as well. Let's copy the assets from our website. Asset hand. Sorry, I think it is just hand, right? Into our Electron version. Assets hand. Okay, let's refresh it. I don't think we add any other assets, right? Okay, so I think this is good. Alright, so in the Electron version, I'm seeing everything good to go. There are a lot of things that we will want to update. Yes. Yes. Okay, let's just push this new version. Core module Modularize to Electron code. Right, so we are pushing our new Electron version up to date. That is good. Cool. And we will build a new production version for the Electron as well in a short while after the stream. Which means I think we debugged everything at least for the separation. So let's get back to our PowerPoint again. Into the PowerPoint, modularize, clear, and crush. Let's add a new item called finish. Okay. Good. I think we're good. So the next one that we want to do is to do more effect, particle system. And since we have done the separation, I think it would be a lot easier for us to do the tackle. Right, so the next thing that we want to do is a particle system. Right, the number 2 that we'll do today. So let's add a particle system then. Go back to the code. The particle system, let's work on here, will be in our GUI, in our HTML, which will actually be quite troublesome. Right, this will be interesting. Okay, so as you can see, in our wait a second. Why is the debugging console missing? Cool. So as you can see in our code, we have a canvas. We know it. We got a canvas. Great. And this canvas have the VRM inside. And we will want to click that VRM so that we can, like, for example, turn the model around, zoom in, zoom out, or even move the model around, right? So these are the things that we will want to do. Let me turn the model back to the front. Cool. So what we will also like to do for the particle system right now is that we will want to have inside this code, as you can see, we will want to have some effect. Okay, so one question for everyone. We know that we already have the blur effect, right? We have a blur effect, and we also have the light effect. So the light effect is a known fact that it will only apply to the theme inside the 3D. But for blur effect, do you think that we should apply to the particle system as well? Right. This is a good question, I think. If we're having the particle system to emit like bubbles, emit like light beam, emits like balloon, do we want them to be blur as well? Or we don't want them to be blur? That should be separated from the main effect that apply to our main canvas, the the 3D model. Any thought on this one? Because both should work, and it shouldn't be hard as well. Right, so I think this could be an interesting topic to discuss. Like when we are applying blur effect, should it be on the entire thing, including the if we're having rendering effect, for example? Should the rendering effect be blur as well or not? My idea is that it shouldn't. It shouldn't. Uh, for example, for rendering effect, we can have rendering, we can have rends as a particle, right? And for those rend as a particle, they will be they will not be blurred, but when the rend is very heavy, the main object, which is the VRM model, will be blurred. Right? That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. So, taking that into consideration, the canvas that we can add will be separated from the VRM div. Right, so how about let's do it this way. Let's add the canvas here. And the class will be foreground. Yep. Brick. What do you think about it? What do you think about it? But it is too large. Let me adjust the size. Right. So it will be foreground effect for this one. Class equals to foreground effect ID foreground effect. Class is actually should be maybe effect canvas, foreground effect, and then we can have a background effect as well. We should add that also as an optional feature, I guess. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. But it will be hard if we want to change the object inside or outside, right? So, yeah, I think that makes sense. That we should be able to adjust it. Okay, so I think we have to more messy code. Yeah. Yeah. flexibility equals to messy code. That is a known fact. It is hard to tune it like this. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if we can get the ID canvas. Alright. So there are a lot of things that we can try, but in the test code, let's see our visual effect first. For the screen modification blur, currently is entirely blurred, and let's see our code in effect. We're trying to get, first of all, let's keep the name, let's change the name a little bit, because I don't like dash in ID. And then let's see if this will work this way. I don't think it will work, but let's try. Holy shit. What? What went wrong? uh, what went wrong? Is it because of this one? Let's see. Let's refresh. Yes. Okay. Let's forget about that one first, and let's see if the visual effect background. Sorry. Visual effect screen modification blur is still applicable. That's good. Okay, that is a good sign. Uh, it basically means what we can do to it is a lot more flexible. So let's see inside our index HTML. If that is the case, we can make this one into the divin as well, div VRM as well, and that we can have foreground effect and background effect, and we want to define the class inside our CSS file. Canvas effect canvas VRM as this. Okay, so the z-axis is interesting. Z-axis is actually very interesting. Do we want to separate the foreground canvas and background canvas? If that is the case, we should use foreground effect and background effect here. Okay, let's separate them because of the z-axis limitation. Background effect, foreground effect. Okay. So in that case, the DVRM don't need a z-axis because all the z-axis is controlled here, and we do need to address all the other z-axis in here. The span will be a jump out. Low box will be in the foreground. Alert box 4. System box 3. Background -2. So now background need to be -3. And the background effect will be -2. And the foreground effect will be 0. Or will be 1. Let's keep 0 as empty. 1, 3, 4, 5. And 5. Let's make the span as 6, so let's not have a duplicated index. Does it make sense? And also for these foreground and background effect, I think we need to apply something called, I think it is called, let's see, pointer effect none, right? I think we need these two. And let's just refresh it to see if everything is still working. We can still turn our model. And in the elements, are we seeing our foreground? Yes. And background? Yes. Okay. So even inside the foreground or background, we can still turn our model, which is a very good sign. A very good sign. That is good. That is good. So we need to make the foreground and background the same size as our major theme, as our canvas. Where did we do this change? Probably inside GUI initialization, right? So let's see. Inside our canvas, where do we set our size? Canvas renderer set size. Is it the only place I would set it? It is the only place that we set it. Yes, that is the only single place that we set it. And for everywhere else, we are just trying to set the debug canvas ratio. Okay. Which means we should probably be able to set the windows size here to the effect windows canvas, and that set the two sizes. On Windows resize. Oh, interesting. On Windows resize, we need to do we code it frequently? Add window event on window resize. Oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Okay. Let's set the width and height for the canvas first. Foreground effect equals to document get element by ID foreground effect. Not sure if the name is correct. Let's copy it from here. Yes, the name is correct. And for foreground effect is basically a canvas already, right? So style with I'm not sure if that will work though. Let's see. Let's see if this will work. Alright, so for our div foreground effect, the width and height is not set correctly. How do we set it correctly? So it's not style, right? Mm. Yeah, canvas size. Yes, yes, yes. So we do set canvas size somewhere. That's uh somewhere later in the code when we're doing the uh oh yeah, we directly set width and height. Yep, 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 yep. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, so let's try it this way and see it again. So inside the div vin, foreground will be 644 times 574. And the canvas is 644 times 574. That is good. That is good. And what we will also need to do is on Windows resize, we will need to copy these two lines and paste it here as well. And we will also need a background. So this is the 2D effect for foreground and background. And background will be exactly the same. Right. Background. Great. And now let's try to make some bubbles. Let's try to make some bubbles. Uh, mm, yep, let's try to make some bubbles. For the effect, alright, yeah, let's try to make some bubbles. Or is there some other, is there any other effect that we can reference to? Let's see if there are other effects that we can refer to. Let's see. Okay. So the rendering effect that we have, is it good? Eh. Eh. I would say it is good enough. Okay. What's this? Ooh, what a interesting. Okay, so I'm currently checking some of the uh old JavaScript testing that I wrote, right? So okay, so ren, I would say that is good enough. Let's check the ren. I think this is October 7. October 7. See. Okay. How do we do it? Draw lines, get motions, move node. Huh. Okay. Hmm. So we need a queue to see what are the current array. And then we will move it every time we are in the loop. And when we are in the loop, we will draw those lines. That is it. Okay. Okay. And we have some do we have some color for it? Oh yeah, we do have a stroke color, stroke width. Right. So let's try. Let's try. And then we will fill what? Why are we having this fill here? Doesn't make sense to me. Okay. In the draw, we're having stroke. Alright, so I think this is a relatively new code. So let's see in the old code. So let's see in the new one. Okay, we do have fill to at the end draw things, I believe. Alrighty. Let's draw the rendering effect in the foreground. So if we want to draw the rendering effect in the foreground, what do we want to see? Let's have the particle effect rain. Basic rendering. Right, so we're going to have a basic rendering and the type will be particle. Enable rain effect, disable rain effect, update rain effect. And let's see. Disable rain effect, update rain effect. Okay. I think we got things going here. And for enable rain effect, what do we need? And let's check the reference code. These are our reference code. We need some parameters that we could be getting from this effect. Alright, so let's make them constant. But these number, okay, so we got 500 rings. That is quite a lot. Good. And we got a get random integer function. Let's just put it here. And we got a draw line function. Good, I would say. Cool. The part is we got to know what a CTX is, which we should be able to get by getting the foreground. And just let's also get a background because why not? These two are canvas, we already know it. And how do we get CTX from canvas? I think we have get context 2D. Do we? Let's see. Get context 2D, yes. So that's how we get it. So foreground CTX equals to yeah, let's plug to foreground first. Worry about background later. Okay, and stroke. That's nice. And let's draw line function. And for get motion function, we are trying to initialize a motion. It seems, is it? Probably. So an independent function directly based on our parameters, which is good. Move nodes is a function that we are updating our array. That's also updated here. Okay. Huge problem. We're getting this code. We couldn't keep doing this. We couldn't keep doing this. This is so messy. I cannot bear with it anymore. We need to create a new file. Okay, so let's create a new file called rain effect. Right. Okay, so that's how we need to do it, right? we cannot bear with this anymore. We need a new file, and we copy these functions. Yes, into the rand effect. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. And we will include these rand effect before our effect. Where do we include our effect here? Here. Okay, it's quite okay, and we are including that effect rain. Great. Okay, that make more sense, right? So we need a new file. Without a new file, things will get so messy that I just cannot bear with it. So we have the new file, and we can have an array. That will be interesting. So this array will be initialized. Okay. Enable running effect. And there is a QAR. What does it do? Already having headache looking so much code can bear more mess. Yes. I mean, this is already very messy, right? And if we're trying to get it to a place where it work somewhat, we just cannot keep doing this. We just cannot keep adding functions into the same files. And if we're adding new effects, if we keep, for example, if we keep adding new effects into this effect manager, you can imagine that, oh man, it will be like so much different effects that it will just explode. So let's also create another file inside effect called blur. Blur.js, and include this blur.js in the index. Right? And also here we got the light color. Yes. We are completely independent. Great. Light color. And here we got the light color. Oh, we are saving ourselves. This is so much prettier. Alright. Blur, rain. Great. Although we know that in the effect manager, after we get some new effect, we will have to add it here, but at least we know what we're doing. So inside the rain, let's keep adding the code. So when we are enabling the effect, let's check the raining effect again. Let's check the raining effect. Raining. Is it start from the top? No, it's just like directly full screen. Refresh. Yes, it's the full screen direct. Okay, so it doesn't really. What is this? I don't know what is. Okay. Yeah. So we're here. So here we're clearing rectangle. When we're clearing rectangle, I believe what we will do is that we will make it all black, is it? Or we'll make it all transparent. I think we will make it all transparent. Okay, so here is the loop that we want to run. Let's see. So enable, disable, update. Enable, disable, update. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Interesting. Okay. How about this? Disable and update will be like this. For COX, maybe we can just put everything inside the draw. I think that makes sense. Okay. Uh, yeah, I think that makes sense. Let's call it draw in. I don't like draw lines. And put our field here. Does it make sense? Let's just check. Okay, cool. So we are now back into our code, and we just add a new visual effect, which is the particle effect, which is rain. So let's see. And we probably get some error, right? Okay. Uncut reference arrow width is not defined. What? Rain.js59. 59. What? Here. Width. Ah, okay, 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 okay. I think this is the Windows inner width that we want to get, isn't it? Okay. And inner height. And is there any other factor? Uncut in promise cannot read properties of undefined. 0. Move node. 0. 39. Okay, let's check if this bug is solved first. Alrighty, we're in console, we're in visual effect, we're in particle effect, we're in enable rain. And height is not defined. What? We're using a lot of width and height, it seems. Alright, so width, from what I'm seeing, we're using width here. And is there another height? And width? Okay, okay, wait. Width and height. And here we are using the inner width. Good. The height that we're checking is 41. Height. Okay. Here we want inner height. Let's see it again. Alrighty. Visual effect, particle effect, rain. Does it look like raining? Is it not? Is it big enough? Alright, so what I'm seeing is that we need a background. So let's choose a background. Let's choose a background. Asset background. Photo? We don't have a good photo. Background? I don't think we have a good background. That is a problem. Uh-huh. Let's use this. Let's use this. Okay. So we're now changing our background into something. And does it look like we're raining? Does it look like it's raining? Or should the line be longer? That's okay. The part that we might also need to change will probably be the background selection, but more like snow. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Uh, yeah, I agree. More like snow. Uh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, more like snow. I agree. And also the color is like some dirty snow, right? Yeah, the color is also like more like snow that we might get here in London. Mm, what's the difference? I think that is because like the uh for rain it will not fly like this. Like it's more direct. The line will be uh more straight instead of like it's like flying around. So maybe let's just change it to snow effect. uh let's just change it to snow effect. How do you think? I think it's a good idea. Let's change it to snow effect. And rain goes more straight. Yeah, yeah, I agree. So given that, given that, let's change it to snow effect. Or, or, uh, long thin lines. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Hmm. Yeah, I agree though. I agree. All right. So snow effect can work also. Yeah. Oh, but what I'm thinking is that since we are going to make these parameters tunable by the user, probably also hopefully also the particle effect color as well, right? So if we have the user be able to change the particle effect color and also the width and height. So let's see. Uh, uh, okay, so there are several things that we might need to see how to update. Is this text editor Luna Vin? Okay, the text editor is Sublime. The editor is actually Sublime, so it's not Lunar Vin. Right. So in this rand effect, okay. So let's check again. Oh, I completely agree that this looks more like snow than rain. Uh, let's see. Stroke color. Right. Uh, when we turn it off, holy. Okay, okay. There's a bug with it. When we turn it off, currently time froze. All the all the rain just stopped there. That's not what we want. So when we disable it, I think we will also need to clear the context as well. We need a clear rain. Okay, for clear, we will need to low. Okay, so when we stop it, we also need to clear rain. That's good. That's good. Okay, okay, okay. This should work. Hopefully. Uh, yes. Okay. Let's refresh it. And that's first at the background. Okay, wait a second. Uh, do we have the save function? Okay, that's save, but instead of changing to the background, let's make it the background color that is dark enough. Okay, so since that is dark enough, and also I believe we save the background color, we should be able to see the particle. Let's change the background color to something that has more conflict. Uh, yeah, the rain. The problem is that the rain currently have a transparent of 0.6. Anyway, okay. So let's do it like this. Another thing that I would also like to add is that I would also like to add the background. So maybe for ARR, where are we adding ARR? Alright, so for array, we can have array1, array1, and array2. Uh-huh. Array1 and array2. What I want to do is that I want to draw in both foreground and also background. Array2. Uh, because in that case, the the rain will look, or snow will look better. Uh-huh, okay. So loop through it, yes. Um, is there a way that we can make it better? Hmm. Okay, that's CTX here. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. What we probably need is canvas. Okay. Canvas. Foreground, foreground, foreground. Okay. We need to have draw rain. Clear rain. Okay. This should be fine Okay, so for background, let's update it first. Background effect, background, background, background. Go to, Alrighty. Get canvas and clear everything. And here we also want to clear everything. Alrighty. For the draw in for foreground and array 1. Okay. And draw for background, array 2. Cool. So let's see how they look. Do we have the settings saved already? Yes, we do. Let's see. Okay, so after refresh, we should see the background color be a dark color already. That's good. And then in the visual effect, let's enable the rain. Is it better? I don't know if that's better. Do we have the background drawing? We should, right? But it's hard to say if the background is okay. Let's see. Okay, the good news is that the FPS is still 60, which is good, right? So we are adding these like particles, and we're still having quite a good FPS. That is good. That is good. Right. So we are having this kind of like rendering effect or something. Is there, by the way, when we're choosing this color, okay, we only have two. Hmm. Right, so, yep. Right, so, particle effect. Alright, let's change the rain to be more like a rain first. That's the width of it, maybe smaller, length higher, and random will be smaller, right? And the angle, there will be a problem with it. I think currently we are rendering for going down 30, and then we divide it by half of it. What does it mean? It means that this is the motion that we initialize, right? Get motion, yes. When we refresh, we will initialize it, yes. And when we get moving, where is the moving? When we update it, move rain, we will have a random. What the? Okay, yes, we will have a random plus rand length. What? Is our rand actually shifting around, or we're just having some rands with different heights? Get motion. Uh-huh. y equals to -5. Yes, we're resetting the y. And here, okay, we're plus 2 and 3. This I know, which is the delta x and delta y. Okay. Delta x, delta y. And what is this? What is the last parameter? And how do we use the last parameter? The last parameter is the length of the ren. And the length of the ren is actually randomized. Aha. Okay, so okay. So yeah, the code probably shouldn't be written like this. Hmm. Uh I would say rendex min and rendex max. Rendenth, let's see this one. Where do we use it? We use it once, twice. We use it several times. Okay, so we use it several times. Get rendenth. We will return something here. Rendenth max minus rendenth min plus rendenth min. Good. Yes, that makes sense. Rendenth min, and the mins will be 0.4. Okay. And we are having this function be used here and here and here. Okay, so these are the places that we are initializing those. But the dx will actually never change. So all of these are actually straight range. That is interesting. Okay, so there are some math here, like sine and cosine function, something. Okay. This is the radius, I believe. The radius times pi, turn it to degree. No, this is the degree. Why am I calling it r though? It should be angle or something. Okay, so this is the degree. We're turning that into radius because for sine or cosine function, you only get radius, and we're using that radius to calculate the delta x and delta y, which make a lot of sense. So what we will like to do is that for this r is the ran degree range, right? So let's search for how many times do we use the ran degree? Not a lot of times, which means we should be able to change this ran degree range into ran degree into ran degree range, and then plus a ran degree, which can be default to 0. And let's see. Okay, that's not defaulted to 0. Let's check it to 30, 45, and see how it goes. Ran degree range. Yes. Okay. So that's plus here. All right. A lot of math, which is good, and that's refresh it. Hope the math makes sense though. So that's effect, particle effect, rain. Now, that's C. Things are more straightforward now, and that's limit the number of range into 2. No, into maybe like 16. The degree into 10. Alright, degree also into 10. Let's see. Let's see. Will this be better? Visual effect, particle effect, rain. Yes. Is the speed not fast enough? Min speed, max speed. Right, so we do have a min speed and max speed already. By the way. Yeah, we do have a min speed and max speed. Yeah. Alright, so there are some functions that I think I am not writing it. I'm not writing a very good function. Let's change something. X equals 2, X equals 2, get random int. Okay. Yeah. That's changed to the get rand length. That's changed to Vmax, min and Vmax, min and max. And get rand min max. Alright, there are probably functions that already do this, but hey. Okay. Alright, so we all need to change this one, this one, this one, and we will need the rand length min and rand length max. And here. And also, nice, my WinForm program is splitting out error again. Okay, okay, good to know. And we will also need the speed, right? So let's see, where's our speed? Okay. And for this one, I think what we will use is to get rand min math, and we can use the min and max for it. Let's see how it goes. Let's change the value a bit also to speed min and speed max, so that the prefix will always be the same. And let's refresh it to test if things are working. And open up visual effect, particle effect, rain. Okay, it kind of work. And now let's change the speed min into like, okay, let's double the speed then. Let's double the speed. So 1024. I know it's not direct double, but it should be fine. In that case, should we also double the length as well? Let's see. Okay. Does it look more like rain now? Yes. Yes. It would definitely, I mean, I definitely like pure JS more. Uh, I I did try TypeScript, and I did try to use other ways to compile the JavaScript also, and I also work on like React JS in production before. But hey, Melilla JS, it's just easier. It's just more comfortable for us to use. Cool, cool, cool. So now, does it look like rain more? I think this look definitely more like rain, right? Compared to before, it looked like snow, and now I think it looked like rain. I think this is like good enough. Close and open. What do you think? Okay, let's change the background to black. I think this is a color that will. Yeah. And remove the debug console. What do you think about this? The raining effect. Should be good, right? By the way, it's a good time. You're missing the rain sound. I mean, that's true. Alright, alright, alright. It's a good time for us to debug. What the heck? Because we know mix of both. Mix of both rain and snow. Like raining quick snow. Yeah, well, it looks slightly slanted. Yeah, okay, so the rain is slightly slanted because we set the parameter here. There's a rain degree that is currently equals to 10. Right, can you see the code? Nope. Uh, there is currently a rain degree. Let me remove this test, right? So there is a rain degree equals to 10 here. So that's why it's slightly slanted. If we keep it 0, we should be able to see the the rain is completely down. Yes. So there's a degree that can be tuned. I'm thinking that we can that the user modify this as well. Right. So raining quick snow. Okay, so I want it to be pure rain. Mix is actually more realistic. Okay, okay, okay. Which is good. Which is good. That is good. That is good. Okay. That is good. Okay, so now one thing that we will like to debug is our electron one, and it is bugged out. And let's see what went wrong. What went wrong? Interesting. What is this debug info? Let me check. Control manager or health manager. Debug info. Dynamic visual duration. Okay, this should be fine. Cannot enlarge memory. Asked to go up to. Huh. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Remember that people report to us, like sometimes the OpenLive3D will stuck. The model will stuck, and I know that is true. But why would it stuck, right? Why would it stuck? And now we understand. We're out of memory. uh, okay, so this is something that I will check offline then. So how do we tackle when the face mesh libraries is out of memory? How do we tackle it when face mesh library is out of memory? This is interesting. Okay, I now know why. I now know why. Okay. So I now know why sometimes when we are like having too much of trouble. All right. So what I want to do now is that I want to check if this rendering effect can still be seen even when we apply a gamma filter to our test. Right? So we're now in a green background. Let's make it more green-ish. I think it's 0, 170 something, and then 0. Okay, so let's apply a gamma background to this test. Let's apply a gamma filter. A filter at a chrome key. Close. Okay. Is the rendering effect still visible or not? I don't think the rendering effect is visible anymore. That could be a problem, right? I think that could be a problem. Because currently the rain drop have a certain amount of transparency, which is 0.6. It's very transparent. Reason, and I would say reasonably transparent. Because yeah, I would say reasonably transparent because raindrops are water, and waters are quite transparent. But it seems like in this case, it will make the raindrop kind of like disappear in the background. Can you still see the rain? Uh, can we still see the rain? Outside of the model's face? Looking good? Really? Let's see. Let me enlarge the screen to see. I think in the background is like barely seen, right? Okay, let's change the background to something else instead of this like coding. Uh, and also, okay, the raindrop just doesn't appear. Uh, wait a second. So for the PowerPoint, let's add a new page with a black background. How about it? Solid color, black background. Okay, so you can see that in this test, the raindrop doesn't appear outside of the model because of the transparency that we said. So this is something that needs to be changed. We need to modify this. Otherwise, the chroma key will just remove all the raindrop then. So that's back to our code. And here we are setting back to our code. Here we are setting the transparency right here, 0.6. And let's make it 1.0 first, right? Let's see. If we don't have any transparency, how would it goes? Uh-huh. Wait. Okay. So we need to start the rain. On character, it looks good. Yeah, on character, it looks good, but I also wanted to. Okay, now we are seeing the rain. But on character, it looks not as good as it looked before. On character, it looks not as good. But overall is better, I would say. Right? Overall, it is better. Mm, yeah. Now we're going too deep into rank conversation. Yeah, yeah, okay, I agree, I agree. Okay, so let's leave this tuning to the user then. Let's leave this user to okay, so what I would say, maybe 0.9 will make more sense. And that's, if this work, that's not tilted again, right? So if 0.9 can work, let's see. 0.9 raindrop. Yeah, kind of work, kind of work. Uh, yeah, okay. Let's just stick with it, and if the user wants to modify it, they can modify it. And one options that we want to provide to the user is that in this UI selection, the user should be able to modify the uh, the effect parameters. So we need to have a way for the user to modify effect parameters. How do we do it? How do we do it? All right, so effect parameters. Hmm. I figure that we probably shouldn't do it here. We probably shouldn't do it here because we should probably do this in although currently in control manager, but there should have an update effect somewhere, right? In our visualization loop, yes. Update effect, update effect. Right, so if we clear it here, inside effect manager, no, inside ren, and we don't need to clear it again. Right, so in this case, it is a lot more clear. It is a lot more pretty. So that, and we can also accumulate multiple effect into this. If we have rain and if we have snow, we can open everything in this case. And things will probably look good. Probably, I'm not saying they will definitely look good, but yes, I think so. I think so. I think this is a good approach to it. Cool. So let's remove that chroma key because this will affect how we debug our code. And back to the green background. In fact, let's clear out our save setting and refresh again so that everything is back to where it should be. Right. Okay. Nice, 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 nice. Console config. And let's test the rendering effect again. Yes. Okay, so we still have the rain and everything is good. Wonderful. Okay, so wait. We need to test if rendering effect stop. Yes, it will stop. It will stop. Cool. So rain and no rain. That's good. And we want to expose our maybe decrease the opacity of VRN. I get what you're saying, but I don't know how to do it. Okay, so the 3D model that we're having, it's actually very hard to decrease the opacity of the VRN directly. Because the opacity of the 3D model is defined through so many layers of texture, right? For example, in our face, we have the face textures, and we have eyebrow texture, and we have different texture mixed together. And they are basically one over another. So if we're just decreasing overall all the texture opacity, some of the texture, while overlapping with others, we would just see very ugly effect in the place where they are aligning with one another, right? So the only idea is that we apply the opacity to the entire windows if we are trying to reduce opacity of the VRN. And if we just want to adjust the opacity of the entire windows, I would say that we probably shouldn't do it inside OpenLive3D, and we should probably do it with the with the OBS Studio, right? Because we can also adjust the opacity of different windows in OBS Studio, and that should make more sense in my point of view. Like, we can apply filters that adjust the entire window's opacity. Right. Cool. So I think that is good. That is good. And what next? What next? Oh yeah. We're still talking about this one. Like, how do we make the user be able to tune these? Is there any other parameters that we're using? I think no. There's one single parameters that we can steal. Okay. Yeah, I think no. I think no. I think we're good. I don't think this will affect anything. -5. So yes. Hmm. Okay, okay. That's good. That's good. Uh Now when enable rand effect, how do other effect do it? Where get direct light. Okay, get direct light is just like so obvious. For blur, we're getting canvas. Okay, it's also very obvious. Um, so okay, so one idea that I currently have is that we defined another parameter map here to include all the parameters that we have, and that parameter map will provide some function for the effect manager to provide to the front end here, right? So maybe we can have a parameter map like something like this. Parameters, ran parameters, something like this, and then we have a ran parameters defined in ran that include all of these. Okay, let's try it though. Ran parameters. How do we? Okay, let's give it a var equals to a number of rain. Let's call intensity 500. 500. Yep, whatever. And that is interesting because we also want to define the min and max for parameters, right? How do we do it though? Okay, so first of all, let's check. Let's check what is the upper limit that we can set. Let's get it to 10,000 raindrop and see if the FPS can keep up. Parameter general FPS, visual effect, particle effect, rain. The FPS cannot keep up with 10,000 raindrop, right? So let's decrease it to 1,000. Parameter general particle effect, yes. 1,000 raindrop, we have a slightly dip of FPS from like 60, 59 to 58 probably. But I would say it's relatively consistent, and we're drawing that in our main thread, so it shouldn't be a problem. It seems. I think it's still quite consistently high performance. So we don't need to worry about this raindrop too much. So let's keep the upper limit to be 1,000. I think it's already intense enough, right? This is like heavy rain. So let's keep the rend effect to be 1000 upper limit. So how do we store it? Current value, smaller value, and max value. Min value, max value. Okay, I think that makes sense though. And the next one, speed. Speed. Speed is interesting. Speed. Okay, so speed will be from okay, let's see. Let's see. I want to test if we have the speed set the same for all our rain, what will it look like? Yeah, it looked pretty ugly. I don't like it. Okay. I don't like it. Hmm. All right. So, all right. Okay. That's that the max value can be set to 2000. All right. Let's make the max value be able to set to 2000. But I think that should be enough. All right. So what I want to do here. Min max 2 to 10. Let's see if this will help. Visual effect, rain. It kind of help. But I think there's a, yeah, speed mean, okay, so I still need to check. Is this will help? Effect particle rain. Yeah, okay. Right, yeah, I don't like that all the rains are having the same speed. I think we still need a way for the user to modify the mean speed and the max speed. Right. The reason why I don't want to set 10,000 raindrop is not just because uh of the performance issue, but also because for the scroller, the user will be hard to set it to 500 or to 100, 200, which is a more normal value. If we set it to 10,000, like the user will be hard to set it to a normal value that they will want to set. So I think 2000 might be a number that is more reasonable. Trying to see how much the frame can handle. Yeah, we already try. For 10,000, the frame rate will become 10 frames per second. So it's like pretty pretty large hit, I would say. If we set it to 2000, I don't think it will affect much. So let's see. I think for 1000, we see that the friend doesn't really drop at all. For 2000, the friend drop will be is actually quite significant. For 2000, we see that there is a 5 frame drop, so we become like 55 frames per second. And the problem is that we are also affecting the machine learning FPS as well. Yeah. I think that's about the limit that we can set, like 2000 frames per second. Because it's already affecting our machine learning FPS. So I will say we should just do it like this. Right. If we remove the range, it will go back to 30 FPS. So yes, it does affect our machine learning. I guess it is because like our 3D rendering is so fast, so it doesn't really got affected whenever it still got the resources to compute it. But for our machine learning result to get the result, to pass the result into it, get the result and parse it, even though that is on a different thread, it will be affected if we are having a computational heavy task like the rain dropping particle effect. Right. So let's keep it like this then. Speed min, speed max, the 12 0. I have not set this. I would like to know what speed 1000 looks like. So let's try. Let's see the speed 1000. What the speed 1000 look like? Holy sh! What's this? What? What does speed have to do with the length? Yeah, so run speed does look very dramatic. let's decrease that to run speed 100 and see how it goes. I really like that. I mean, run speed. Okay, run speed is 100. It's also quite. Does it drop our frame rate? It does drop our frame rate. Run speed drop our frame rate. Okay. Wait a second. Let's go back to 500 rem drop per second. Not per second. 500 rem drop existing correspondingly. And let's see the rem effect. Yes. Ooh. How though? So rem speed does affect. Let's see, where do we use our rem speed? I think we only get it here. That's first. And here only. And that's the speed. dx dy. And that's it, right? So we just upload dx dy. And when we are trying to draw our rain inside our draw rain, we will have move to And line 2. I see, I see. So speed also affect length. That is super interesting. Right, yeah, speed also affect length, and length will affect. Yeah. Okay. I don't like how it is set. Okay, so let's just set a speed for a user to choose, and here we also only keep a speed as well, and let's make it 24. And how we're going to do it is that we're going to have speed. Sorry, we should call it run speed. Otherwise, things might get complicated. So run speed will be due here too. Let's try this out. So it will not get too complicated for a user to select. Look like Grand you see in Thailand. Yeah, I heard about. What the heck is going on? Oh yeah, because we have what? No? Run speed? Oh yeah. That's 2-bit 24. Let's try it again. Yeah, that one when we try to set it to 1,000 is like very dramatic. It's like having a typhoon or something. The sky is pouring water down. I really like it though. I would say. Yeah, that one is fun, but it might be like too dramatic. Okay, okay. Let's see if we can set it to 200 without having to drastic drop of our performance. Right, FPS 25, and let's open up our raindrop. Oh yeah, 200 speed raindrop. I would say the FPS is fine though. It's not affected too much. All right, cool. So this raindrop speed, I like it. It's good. Let's keep it like 32. Sorry, we're just like keep tuning these small numbers, but for the first particle effect, it is worth it. And that's good, that's good. And then let's adjust that the user adjust the, what is this? We don't see it anywhere. Let's remove it. And then the max length, I don't want the user be able to tune these two, so that just keep it like this. Rand degree, yes. Call it angle might be better. Okay, let's call it rand angle then. Yes, call it rand angle. Angle range, I don't want the user to be able to tune it. Rand degree. angle. Okay. I think that should be good. That should be good. So here we have an angle that is set to 0. Uh, okay, so I want to know if the angle is set to minus 90, what will it look like? I think we might not be able to see any rain, right? Let's see. Yep, we are not able to see any rain. That is because, that is because this is an interesting fact. When we try to reset our rain here, we only check if the y is larger than our initial height, right? So sorry, inner height. So it means that if the rain drop to the bottom or not, right? So I think the largest number that we can set is probably minus 45. Let's see. Or minus 60 to 60? Otherwise, we will not be able to see the rain drop to the ground. Yeah, even for like minus 45, there's a problem with it. We got something missing here. Yeah. Okay, this is something that we will need to fix. It is a lot of math, though. We're just trying to solve some math problem. Yes. So 45, and let's see. The way is that we need to tune the x, and the x will no longer be inner width. It will actually be all right. It will be the height, inner height, plus minus the, is this cosine? It's actually okay. Plus minus tangent. I think so. I think okay. Yes. Plus minus tangent degree. Right? Plus 2 times the window's inner height multiply by the tangent of the degree. The degree. Do we keep a degree? Oh yeah. We do keep the degree. Rain angle. Times pi divided by 180. And then minus. Okay. So this is too long. So let's code it. uh, tx, tunable x, that is 2 times the tx minus tx. Does it make sense? Is it tangent or arctangent? Okay, what went wrong? Plus 2 times tx minus tx. From what I'm seeing, we should be working out alright, actually. Or it's not tangent, it's actually arctangent? I think it is. Yes, I think it's tangent. Or maybe we don't worry about that too much. We just multiply by 2 and minus this. This is the easiest way. But it will actually decrease the intensity of the rain though, and by a lot. I don't like it. Yeah, we will decrease the intensity of the rain, and also there are some angles that still doesn't cover. Why? Yeah, this is hard. Yeah, definitely we can see that the intensity of the rain decrease when the first pour of rain left the screen. Yeah, I don't like this solution. Okay. If we don't like this solution, that just decrease the angle that the user can select then. Alright, so it's minus 10 to 10. This will be a lot easier. And also, if that is the case, we already limit the user by this, then we will just be plus 20 minus 10. Plus 20 minus 10. Yes, this should be good enough. Okay, let's see. Effect particle. We got some edge here, but I would say good enough. Okay, good enough. Good enough. Angle range. We don't let the user tune. RAM probability. Don't want to let the user tune. Then line width. Let's let the user define the width. That width will be from 2, 1, 10. Okay, I'm interested to know what if the width is 10? What will it look like? Visual effect, RAM particle. Whoa! What does it look like? The speed might be too high though for it to look like this. But hey, you develop in React.js? No, we actually develop in Vanilla.js. Uh, yeah, we're not using React. We're using Vanilla, like the one and only. Vanilla.js. Right, so how about yeah? Okay, okay. So by default, let's set it to 3 then. I think it's more obvious. Rank color is an interesting one. Rank color, let's give it the default. Let's give it a default, and we want to let user to select the RAM parameter from it. So how do we let the user select the parameter for their visual effect? So we already set the RAM parameter here. And we want to know in our GUI how do we handle it. Wait a second. So in our controller, we also like to know for all effect, if having updated effect, we will update it. Good. That is a good way to do it. That is a good way to do it. In our rain, we're getting delta. We're not caring about the delta, which is fair. So what we're trying to do in our GUI is that when we create our layout and we create the effect layout here, we don't need to care about the background, that is already set. So what we want to do is that if this item has a parameter called parameter, right? If this exists, we will need to add a new div into it. Parameters, yes. And in this div, we will need to run through a loop. That will be checking all the object, right? So that will be object keys for the effect item parameters, and for each let's just copy and paste something. Good. For each parameter, uh, parameter we will want to do what? We will want to set a parameter name, of course. Let's create a text, I think. Okay. Color, yes. Okay. What do you think the color should be? Or let's worry about that later. Let's call it par text. Parameter text, parameter text, parameter text, parameter. Let's first check how it look like for now. Open up. What we really want is an actual mystery. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But let's see. Intensity, speed, angle, width, and color. Yes, these are the thing that we want to adjust. Let's see in our setting. Yes, this is the thing that I want to make it look like. This is the basically it. So so intensity, and then after we add it, we will add a par. Sorry, we'll add a br at the end of it, and after we add a br, we will add a squalor, which we should be able to copy somewhere here in else, right? Range, yes. Set value. Interesting, 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 interesting. Ooh, this is so interesting. Okay, okay, let's copy it. Okay. Yeah, okay, let's copy everything. This is so interesting. I like the way that I tackled this before. The reason why I like it is because I am or I was trying to make the item this is called power range. I was trying to make it into a 1 to 1,000 range field, and this is actually is this? Yes, so this is actually helping us to be able to set a more precise value. So this is like very interesting logic that we're trying to do here. Yep, I really like the logic that we do on here. Okay, so we now need to handle the config item range 0 to 1, which will be the parameter when we get the parameter key. We will get this except color. So we need an exception as well. Where is the separation here? Okay. If parameter is color, we handle it differently. And if that is not color, we handle it like this. Let's not care about color yet. We need to figure out a way to get the min and max. So for parameters, that will be we need a CR max. Sorry, par min equals to parameter inside this. One par ARR. Okay, so PR ARR. One is min. Two is max. And one is min. 2x max. And here, what we want is 0, the value. And 1 is min. 2x max. So let's check all the min first. And this is max. This is max. This is the min value. Set parameter. Okay, and then we need to find the set CMV and get CMV. This is interesting, super interesting. Okay, so we know that this is the current value, is the 0. But can we set it like this? Let's check. We might get error. Yes. So this will get error. Parameter. Okay. Will we get other error? I don't see any. So let's proceed first. Okay, effect parameter intensity open tune intensity item is not defined. Where is item? Here. I think what we want to do is item range. Right, so let's refresh it. And open up visual effect particle intensity increase. And it is not more intense. We don't see the intensity increase. We don't see the width increase as well. And this width is problematic. We need to be an integer. Width, angle, intensity, speed. Okay. New value. We need it to be the integer. I think we can just use MathFlower. Okay. Let's see. Will it work? It's an actual mystery. Visual effect particle. Nope, it will not work. Wait a second. Is it actually working to some degree? I'm not sure. Okay, so okay, no. Okay, no. Okay, we need it here also. All right, let's change it again. Visual effect parameters 4, 6, 5, 3. Okay. Rain change effect. It doesn't really change. Okay. At this, we are having the user be able to change something. There are a few things that we want to do. First thing, when the rend is not enabled, these box don't need to be shown, right? So let's see. Okay, so this is called item div, and in this item div, we can make the style of it visible as none, right? Let's check some of our other code to see how we adjust that. Yes, I think what we will do is that we will change the display to none. Great. Where were we? Config effect. Effect div. Something around here? Yes. Okay. To none. And only when the effect is enabled. Where is the effect enabled? Yes, here. will we change our okay, so this will need to be somewhere here then, because we will always need to add the div. Yes, just that sometimes it will not contain anything, and sometimes it will contain something. And this div style will be changed to none and block when we are setting the enable or disable of the effect. Enable, disable. Yes. Okay, this is the first thing. And the second thing is that we will want the effect to change our parameters actually. So, run speed, where is it? Here. So, run speed will be changed to run parameters speed. Does it work like this? And how many times do we get motion? Get motion, get motion. Okay, so we do try to reset it. Rand smaller than rand properties. Get motion. Makes sense. Okay, makes sense. All right, and the intensity. Ah, this is so. This is tricky. This is tricky. How do we dynamically adjust our range when the parameter is changed? How do we dynamically adjust our range though? We have to enable our rendering effect again, right? Okay. Anyway, that's keep our let's keep it working first. Right. So here and here is the N, and here that should be it, right? 3 loops, 4 loops. Okay. Is there a way to solve it? I think we should be able to solve most of this. Enablement shouldn't be a problem. Okay, and here we should be able to get it like this. Should we make in-place modification? P. I think we should use in-place modification instead of creating a new function, instead of creating a new one, actually. So how about like this? And return AR. Would it be better? Would it be faster? I think so. I think it would be faster. Okay, okay. And the next one is angle. So rand parameters, rand angle. Angle. And next one is width. Width it should be easier. It only appear on draw. This one. And also color, we can change it here. Right. Okay. And now, if we remove the dependencies, angle, speed, and n, we should still be able to run it. Let's see. If we get any error, we know what is missing. Okay, something is missing. What went wrong? We don't got any error, which is problematic. Oh yes, 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 yes. We need the 0. Let's define a function. Get RP effect ran p get ran effect parameter key, then we return parameter key 0. Alright, let's change our ran parameter to width, color, except color. Else okay, and we want to track all the ran parameter. Here as well. Here. And we got more. Do we? Okay, these are the final 2. And with these set, we should be good to go again. Let's see. If we're able to get a rain effect successfully enabled. Yes, so now it's enabled. However, when we try to modify it, it does change the thing for our width. For our angle, we're what's that? What the fuck is that? Why does why angle What? Whenever, okay, so we might got refreshed, yes, but even when we got refreshed, and why all the rain disappeared? And we didn't get any error anyway. Okay, I'm confused. I'm actually super confused. Okay, let's refresh again. Let's see. So let's check it one by one. We know that changing the intensity will create bugs. It should create some bugs. What the heck? It should create some bugs. Oh, because when we draw it, but that doesn't make sense. When we move our array, we're using the length of the array, which is fine. But we don't actually redraw our array. But if we remove it, and if we intense it again, then this time the intensity will be added. So, okay. This is an interesting topic. This is interesting. Should we do it in move nodes? I think we can do it in move nodes. Right, so let's do it in move node. So before what we were trying is that we are removing this uh, array to append. Is it append? I sometimes mix up the. Yes, it's push. Yeah, I sometimes mix up the JavaScript with the. Alright, so we're pushing it and we're return it. Okay, cool. So now that is the interesting part, right? So we know that we have an array and the array have a length. But what we want to do is to go through the intensity. And if array length is if the I is smaller than array length, which means we do have a point for it to go for it to point to the array, we can push our TARR with this. But if we don't, else we will push a new raindrop, which we could create. This is interesting. I will say, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Let's create a new function called new raindrop. So inside a new raindrop, we're trying to return x, y, and dx, dy, right? So the x will be like this, which is fine. Y will look like this, which is fine. And dx, dy will be from get motion, which is fine. Is there a way that we... No? So then we have x, y, dx, dy, and we have the length. How do we define it? Okay, the length. Uh-huh. So, the length y is that we don't define anything here. Okay, this is okay. The code is very ugly, but hopefully we can get it to work somehow. Okay, new raindrop, and we will want it to add it here. New raindrop, and here. Okay. And we also want to add it here, new raindrop. If shoot, new raindrop, else. If we want to change the direction, we'll get a new direction, and we can go through it, and P2, P3, P4. Okay. I think we were going somewhere. I think we're going somewhere. That's else we're just pushing a new raindrop. Right. Refresh. And let's see. Visual effect, particle effect, rain. Let's. Nope. 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 It's ugly. Okay, so we have to put it like this. And LET. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay, and in visual, rain. And if we increase the intensity, we got more rains. If we reduce the intensity, we got less rain. If we increase the speed, we got more speedy rain. Decrease the speed, we got fewer rain. If we decrease the length, yes, we got rain that make more sense. Wonderful, I would say. Wonderful. Now the last one, I also want to adjust the color. here. So how do we make the user adjust the color? I think we need to make a case here inside the color. So inside the color, what do we need to create? So we already have a color picker, right? How do we handle that color picker then? I think we put it somewhere here. Select type color. The interesting part is that in the input color, can we select alpha? Can we select? Or we don't care about it? Hmm. Okay, so let's not care about the alpha value first. That's just that the user set the value. Which will be, where is it? Somewhere in the color here. Okay. Good. If the parameter is color, we will not get an ARR. That will just be a string, right? So we will need the input. That will not be a range. That will be a color box, which makes sense. And in this color box, we will set attribute. Okay, so I think what we might need to do, right? So that's first, we need to check the config. So this is the color. Given that, I believe for our effect, for our rain, we need to figure out what the color is in this. Alright, so 250, 170, that would be B0, the T, no, one, okay, RGB, so here, C0 and D0, whatever, try. So in this case, we will get the parameter to be like this for our color value. And when we try to set the color value, we will set it to like this. And we don't need to set background because we keep drawing it every time. And do we need to append it? Yes, we do. This is called color. Par color, par color, par color, par color value, and par color. And we need to set it to add to item div. Let's see if this will work. Okay. If this work, we can enable rain. Rain color currently like this. Let's change it to red. And we are raining blood. Wonderful, 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 wonderful. That's great. That's great. So, I think this is quite successful. If we disable it and enable it again, yes, the color is still raining blood. If we can change it back to where it was around like this, and it's back to the somewhat like raining color again. Right. Amazing. Yes, amazing. Can we change it to something that look more like gold? Is it possible? And let the speed be very small, and then the width be very large. I have no idea what this is. Hey, but the effect is very much tunable. Yeah, so yes, we can. There are a lot of things that we can choose. Hmm. Okay, so the angle should be something that we might need to worry about it, do we? No, I think the angle should be fine as well. Oh yeah, so the angle is basically the dynamic of it. Is it? Okay, so we need to see what we're using this angle for because it look a little bit weird in my point of view. Fade, yes, yes. That's the design goal. Although I would say that the angle is still a little bit weird. Plus. Oh, yeah, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. Mm, okay, that doesn't make sense. All right, anyway. So in this case, let's make it white. And there is snowing, right? So the user can just adjust the rain to be snow if they want. I think it's good. I think it's good. Right. So this rain is like fully adjustable. Yeah, it's like snow. It's like snowy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think this is great. We're building a particle system that works, and it's actually quite customable. Rain, and the user can adjust the color, intensity. Yes, I think it's wonderful. I think it's pretty great. Yep, we can add the intensity, and it directly increase quite a lot. Wonderful. I think we're good. I think we're good. Cool. So for this one, let's get it to get some weird color. No, okay. Let's change it to snow though. I really like the snow effect. Uh, speed to 6. To 2 maybe. Angle to 10. Yep. Let's change the rain to snow effect, and let's see what is that for us to do. And in our PowerPoint, let's remove this. Right. So we have the particle system finished. And that is actually it for today. That is actually it for today. Because the tutorial, I will do it offline. So yes, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we are settled with all that we are able to accomplish today. Yes. Anyone got more ideas, got more feedback? Let me know. You can also like write in the Discord server. I will always check. And I will see you at the end of next week because for Monday and Tuesday I will be on the airplane and I will have a lot of appointments with my friends and families. So yeah, see you at the end of next weekend. Sorry, see you at the end of next week, which will probably be like Thursday, Friday. Friday is more reasonable, I would say. And yeah, have a nice weekend then. Have a nice weekend, everyone. Cool. Let's keep this raining effect. Sorry, keep this snowing effect running. And yeah, have a nice weekend, everyone. Bye bye. Cool, cool, cool. Bye bye.